Hello everyone. It took me a little longer to start right now because I had a whatchamacallit, a sneezing fit right after like just pressing the start stream button. Like not even joking about it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are here and we're gonna resolve things. It's herlock sholmes 2, baby. Literally herlock sholmes 2.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
I'm not sure about that.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime, okay. Oh, it's that bitch from the first game!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh, she said.
Please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
I have to ask, why did the voice line just go, like, extremely fast? It feels like it moved from, like, you know, at 1 to at 1.5, you know what I mean? Also, for the record, my understanding, if anyone's wondering why we went from, like, actual animated sequences to in-game assets for this, my understanding is that the first game, when it originally released, did not sell, like, the sales weren't good. Like, it did not sell as it was expected, and the people weren't, like, super cash money about it. People were kind of salty that the game kind of, how do I put it? Like, it doesn't end in like a giant cliffhanger, but it ends in such an open way that it's like, okay, and where's the you know, where's the fucking sequel? Like, where's the resolution to this? So yeah, apparently their budget kind of went to shit for the second game. That's my understanding of the story there, which to an extent it makes sense to the like to I also just think it's kind of bullshit. Like, that was an excellent game. It should have kept exactly the exact amount of budget. Although it also, my understanding is that it also happened because this game was technically supposed to be one game. Like, the Great Ace Attorney was supposed to be one game, and the scope of the game kind of went to shit, and they ended with 2 games. And the first half didn't sold as well as they wanted, so of course the budget for the second got slashed. It happens. It's not an uncommon story. So it kind of makes sense, although again, kind of unfair. Kind of unfair. Anyway, back to the lawyer grind. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. It's like a pregnancy. I feel so nervous. I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh, hi, Dad. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You could have fine fee your counsel. You look as white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. You said that to Ryonosuke at the beginning, too. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yuma University, a man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science, and of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? I guessed. I had to assume she's kind of featuring in the cover art for this game. I had to assume it was her. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Remember me, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Gay? Gay question mark? Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, of course she is. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, it's just that... You look so gallant and dashing. Yeah, gay. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. He hasn't realized who I am. Me putting my hand on Susato's shoulder? No, honey, she knows exactly who you are. She's just gay. And probably has a thing for butch women. It would seem a little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. This does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. But, Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, right? It's just like, no! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity gown, that varsity cape, that varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yuma University, a male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. It took you that long to bind? Golly, even with bandages it shouldn't take you that long. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated on having been born into this body. Of course in Japan a bear to woman, a bar to women, excuse me. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Wait! If you're not allowed to set foot inside a courtroom, like, what's the point? Like, what is it about, like, female witnesses, for example? Or, like, if she's the defendant? Like, what do you mean a defendant cannot see their own trial because they're a woman? That's bullshit. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. Just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I had complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Yeah, gay. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and dirty eyes. Homophobic Susato confirmed? Question mark? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice, or maybe 3 times. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. You shut up. You're just happy your child can get a girlfriend. I know the stories. I've heard that you explore so many men's bodies. I am pleased. I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato? You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean murder. Of course. Have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defend that counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh! Stand aside! So, I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But, Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've get that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that another lawyer would agree to take her case. I want to battle her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? I mean, it's that bitch from the first game, so it kind of makes sense, I would argue. Wait a second, I need to blow my nose. There we go, we're back. I'm back, with my nose blown. Anyway. Yeah, he's the bitch from the first game, so I'm not surprised. We should be making a move now too. As you know, law is in my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm not your student though, technically. I'm Susato Migotoba, judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. 13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Quorum 1. Oh god, he's back. Square is now in session to hear the trial of Raymond Manning. Oh god, okay. Sorry, I have to emotionally prepare for the fact that I'm gonna destroy my throat for the next 3 weeks.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh god, we really do look dashing. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready. Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. Yeah, you can't go with Susato. I think that's, you know. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. And you gave me Yonosuke's last name, really? Also, love that she's doing the exact same expression. It's just like, oh no, oh no. Well, counsel. Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this quorum, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, will that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Runosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program that is, he's cousin. Hey, oh, god damn it, I thought it was Mikotoba. God damn, cousin? I would have gone with brother, or... I mean, brother would make it weirder, probably. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them.
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you? Stat is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Oh, please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here.
Is that supposed to be a slur?
But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are one to feel it. To flit. To flit. To flit. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance. to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have these unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps it would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, we took the, We took off the cape. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Oh, she even does that animation. Yes, Your Excellency. Please don't make them simple. You can see the curvature of her chest. Like, it's properly hidden, but you can see the curve. Like, I'm just looking at the model a little bit. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Oh, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are one to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only to use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. If anything, she's a lot better at her job than Ryunosuke ever was. At his own. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use E to open the court record. Then you need to flee to the people section with E. And don't take too long over it, His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. That or you can just click it. Post-mortem report. Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Giselle Brett. Yeah, we know, the bitch from the first game. Time of death 11 of August around 2 p.m. Ascertain examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. Extreme pupil constriction. Interesting. Hi, Dad. Hi, not girlfriend, I guess. This bitch. And this other bitch who I hate him more. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? That's, Mr. Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Oh, she even raises her hand cute like that. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the quorums of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with her own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. If it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. The celebrate behind the woman student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. Well, Queen Victoria might have been responsible for some killings, like most regions of England. They're kind of guilty of some killings, if not many.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikutova. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. I think that was the judge talking then. My mistake. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryanosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular corps there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of her empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board our steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed.
Only the day before. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incidents, if you please. Prosecutor Auchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, a secluded waiting spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury that which proved fatal. There were two persons along together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused Raymond Banney. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt. especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the motive. I would argue the motive is the most important. Like, okay, they were alone together, but like, what's the motive? You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter, let us proceed to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikoto in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, well, I was studying of the Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson, the visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Okay, well, that doesn't mean that he had to kill her. Like, as a motive... Like, I'm sorry, as a motive... I feel like... That's kinda weak. Just being like, oh yeah, you killed my teacher, so I'm going to kill you. Like, I don't know, that sounds kinda weak. That sounds kinda weak to me.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her armamento, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. No, Ray, be careful about what you're saying.
The motive was the revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a tap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. Must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution on what he said about... Well, I guess they're being alone together? Membami-san. Yes, what is it? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Yutaru Sasato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the baiting spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear, at the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut, and you and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her baiting sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. and the accused will never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let me goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. And I guess a waiting spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I'm going to kill him. I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a baiting spot?
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Baiting spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that baiting in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Bread had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? She has a point.
For all time's sakes, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Bread was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I.
I have a weird feeling about that. Mostly because you see that and it's like, well, you know, international politics is complicated. But then you remember that, like, not so long after, you have the Russian-Japanese War, you have World War One. Japan becomes, like, violently nationalistic, and eventually joins World War II on the side of the Nazis. So it's, I don't know, it's weird because, like, the sentiment is not incorrect here, but then you think about, oh boy, that sentiment is gonna, like, spark some bullshit in, like, 20-25 years that is gonna continue up to the 40s and then onwards, and then it's gonna end the way it ends now, with Japanese Margaret Thatcher currently currently there, like, which everybody wants to have at least one. I think every country kind of likes the idea of their own Margaret Thatcher, and then I have to point out, so you want a woman who fucks your economy and commits war crimes. Okay, cool. Cool. But anyway, that's not gonna happen in, like, 20-something years.
In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective and Giri, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was the young student girls who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. But I like provoking him, he's annoying. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such a great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Red's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
I don't know, it's not that tragic. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
Or will accept this photographic print as evidence. Okay, I need to check it. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. Yes, they probably were. Let me check them. Okay, so she's holding onto a pen for some reason. There's a drink, so we cannot take poison out of the equation. Nothing there. Masks. The outfit from the other case. Is that a mate? I don't think so. I think it's one of those things to like shake your drinks, but also like it almost looked like a mate. Anyway, can't seem to see anything of value yet. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Uchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. A trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Hirosuke Naruhara!
What, yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Counsel. But you all have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Die. Strike the head of a samurai whose stopdog has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
Instead of your own mini-major revolution, are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop of my head. Observe the Aochi growth!
Do you have to call it that?
You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
mean, if it makes you feel any better, in 100 and something years, they're gonna find the cure for alopecia. Probably. It's technically something that already exists. It's a thing that is used for acne. But instead of being like cream, it's gonna be like a topic medication at 5%. I think that people have been talking about it. You might have seen it on the Twitters. I think that Tiny Gross is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the help exactly?
I said silence!
I face another yokel student from the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you. My victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. The witnesses, rather. There's 2 of them, probably. That's how we do it in this game. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. He has a point. What?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Okay, I'm not surprised who the detective is. What is Soseki Natsume, actual writer, actual famous Japanese writer, doing here? Again? Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I mean, it's gas, obviously, so I can go undetected. He has a toy toy. Does he appear with like the toy toy on his head on the people section? Okay, then I'm gonna have to wait. And the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be so, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. A struggling student from the provinces, please, you needed me, know of me. I need it. Amon, it's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That other fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. As for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? No, but let me screenshot it because I need to take a screenshot of the toy. Like, how is this game having like everything? It has cat, it has toy, it has mouse. I guess it lacks dog. We need a dog, and then we're like the complete set. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's a disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have been at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see, I'd been asked that day to give a lecture. The morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Migotova. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned actor, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Okay. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. Okay, just give me a second. I want to check that paper. Seki, why do you always do that? Wait. Let's... Oh, that makes it look like the camera has like a broken lens. Waga hide the second! Hello, Waga hide. Hello, Waga hide the second. Yeah, that looks like the lens is broken. And please tell me... The toy tool is in the... Oh, it cuts right by the toy tool. It should show the toy tool. That's a shame. But I do like that it's that exact outfit. So Seki looks surprisingly more normal and less nervous in this one than in the original game's portrait. Which I'm not necessarily surprised. As I explained before, Miss Red was never taken into custody to continue to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Red to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga.
Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Are you sure? Do you have blood again? I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsettling. I do apologize. Apparently, and I was told this, apparently it's not like he has tuberculosis. Like, apparently that's not a thing. His family are farmers, and apparently he has like a hay allergy. Like, that's why he's bleeding all the time. Like, it's not actually tuberculosis. It's just from a really, really, really bad allergy. Which, like, oh boy. Bro, you need like your own place. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned actor, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentless, racked by remorse and regret. Fuck are you behind him? He keeps coming up. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that witnessed. You will be an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Because, yeah, don't worry about it. This is the tutorial case. You're not gonna be here too long. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in the disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the bear in question. Yes, the young girl was astride an English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Multiple times? Osanaga, did you not read the post-mortem report? Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use? I guess that was it. Damning evidence.
I think that's a descriptor, not a phrase. It's 2 words, it's hardly a phrase. You were just using an adjective. What have you there, counsel? So-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Remember me. It could be any other person with the initials RM. You old fuck. The initials of the defendant. No! She even gets hit and everything. This photo pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Okay, whatever.
Stop! Have I omitted anything?
Well, depends. Let me check the pen to see if you omitted anything from check. Wait, what? Really? So I can't examine these. I can't examine these. I can't examine the fountain pen. What do you mean I can't examine the fountain pen? What do you mean?
Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
Ah, yeah, I'm sure it is. How about I help you enjoy the weather by grabbing you and chucking you out of the window? I don't understand. The prosecutor, Ouchie, of 9 months ago, had none of this man's poise. What? Does he look like he has poise? He's not gaining any poise. None of his skills get poise. He cannot poise for shit. He's not applying any critical damage. This is barely damage. It has no basis. Honey. What the? Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san? Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Naruhodo, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Girlie, you could do it if you tried. She can't make it if she tried. Just a single one of her, I guess. Toy. Yeah, excuse me. Move faster so I can point out the biggest inconsistency, if you will. Well, can I still I can't examine it. That's so weird.
Objection!
Ooh, she even got like herald objection and everything. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? Whoa! Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me. In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right, as I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yeah, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Yeah. He just starts coughing. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Hansoseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Memami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True! And what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back.
To 9 months?
Yes, I seem to remember your cousin Stacia scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Thunder! My head is quite adequately dressed! In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
It makes a lot of difference, actually. Like, I can promise you the amount of stabs can make the difference between self-defense and actual murder. Like, you wouldn't believe what some people will say in court. What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man.
Like a separate entity?
When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Which is very common from an author. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Can't see that this young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Have you ever seen like a dog, or a wolf, or any canine really? Have you ever seen them trying to kill another animal? That you know. Let the court hear your answer there, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... Well, if she did... Like, she's not gonna stab her again. It makes no sense for her to hide a knife if she didn't do it. It's not recommended, for the record. I mentioned these several times in more than one Ace Attorney stream. But very often they will tell you, if you're attending to someone who has been stabbed and you're waiting for the paramedics and whatever, they will tell you not to take off the knife. Like, you're not supposed to pull it out. Because the knife acts... Basically, depending on where you be stabbed, the blade will make it so you bleed less. Taking it out will make the bleeding worse. So you want professionals to do it in an environment where, like, you can staunch the flow of blood as fast as possible. Like, you can stop it the second that it starts getting bad. So as a choice to save her, bad idea to take out the knife. Very noble though. Not that Giselle Brett deserved to live. British racist piece of shit. I don't like her. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Memani-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the knife out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Their honest reaction to that?
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of his young yokel.
Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Do all of you are gonna call me a yokel? Slipshod?
Yeah. An excellent idea, Inspector.
Yeah, give me more times to fucking tell you to go fuck yourself.
Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Boy.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause a wound to bleed heavily? Again, depends where, and depends on, yeah, mostly depends where. Like, if it's not in a place where you have, like, a lot of, blood vessels, like, or you have they're mostly small, that's one thing. You might just be better taking it off and putting a tourniquet, like making a tourniquet. If it's an area that has a lot of bleeding, you don't want it, like, it would bleed easily. You don't necessarily, you generally don't want to take it out. Unless you're, like, again, control environment, place where people can, like, tend to it immediately, that kind of thing. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm.
I'm going to kill this man. I'm going to cause heavy damage to this man.
Even a quack from some obscure mountain village will have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulling it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pull a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what you're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... Come on, it's the first case. You never get the false positive in the first case. Sato. Yes? Pull yourself together. You mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah. Now, Zell, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your client and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Clearly, not used to being on this side of the bench. I mean, maybe. Let me check some stuff. Hey, I still want to check the fountain pen. I don't know why it's not letting me. Like I feel like I should be able to check more stuff. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If I knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would turn Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Sato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. Yeah, and I can't even check the stuff that I want to try to check. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You need to take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in great detail, too. Are you kidding me? I had to do that. Ah. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. Is that why I couldn't read? Bullshit, come on. If you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence, the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? Don't worry, I know what to do, Daddy. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in great details with space. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Can I check stuff now, please? Please, thank you! Okay. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't Yume University. It isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pendant doesn't in fact belong to Ray. I see. And I guess if I press on this side, it might open. If you take up the pen sleeve, looks like a normal random pen to me. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh. You'll see the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up to the nib. Up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just as there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Well, that seems to be everything. Oh, finally I can examine these. Like, we got to examine it last time. Why not now? Marcus, England returnee still. Oh, this is the interview with you and Sasaki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Okay, this is on that page. It's a newspaper from Sasaki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back as well, on the back page as well. Exclusive: deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Boy. From Yume's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? This is morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any of such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. You need to read this article very carefully.
Yay!
Let's see. Following the lecture at Yumei by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, will prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university will have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Okay, so she was poisoned. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It is apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Why is the Japanese military always doing bullshit like this? This shit. All of the shit they're gonna do in the 40s onwards. God forbid. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Yeah, we're done.
Hold it!
Let me press it first. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this.
Toto getting pet.
Toto deserves to be pet. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Susato, you can't use misogyny like that. I know you're in the disguise of a man, but you can't use misogyny like that, honey. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Damn! Called out by a policeman. Oof! The pain. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Okay, I think it's there. Yeah, I know, I examined, don't worry about it. Like, I just think... I just wanted to check.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What?
The guilty not only has a poor graft of the law, but is also a poor loser. Look then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Human University.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But... Prosecutor Auchi, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense, I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled a knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Well, I guess deadly in tiny quantities, because if it is, you know, coated in the poison, you would have to... You would want to take it out so the body absorbs the least amount possible. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant Memani-san would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's laws breaking of wind. The poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. Instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potential lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then. The argument makes no sense. Yeah, give me a second. I need to take another screenshot because you can see more of the Toy, and I love Toy. I'm gonna call him Jerry. His name is Jerry the Toy. I love Jerry the Toy.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article is a postmortem? Like it says about the pupil thing.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Ah. Clearly, being a Yoko with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Yeah, well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Pratt's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree, this is very compelling evidence.
Yeah, you. Yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Agent Mikotoba? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ah, listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret states research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
Yeah, a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing spree.
That's totally unfounded. I had to sneeze. Sorry. Oh wait, I have to sneeze again. Okay, I think I'm fine now. Sorry about that. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Mbami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and the Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I tried to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean? Yes, of course. It was a dainty English woman. Did you sell bread? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Nah, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her bag. I couldn't understand what had just happened. I mean, makes sense. Wasn't expecting her to get poison with, the poison that you thought she stole. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had been shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. The blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw that blade? Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Earnest reaction to that. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confess in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Oh boy.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
in the back, while she was sitting down. Are you fucking stupid? They're in a hut. Was covered. Someone could have stabbed her and nobody would have noticed. You stupid, bold asshole.
Objection!
Well, you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Auchi.
Some praises to young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself.
What the? I mean... That doesn't mean anything. That could be the moment she's taking out the blade. Are you stupid?
Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature.
Okay, whatever. Fuck you, dude. What's the, Oh, god damn it, I don't have it on my call record yet.
For it shows the precise moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced in my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature, you piece of shit. Careful now, Susato's starting to show her face here. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Nah, that's worth like 10 maybe. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. I can, but if he hesitated, it's probably because there's something here that fucks him up. Her eyes are closed. Oh. It's the same crack on the glass, okay. So it's the same person who photographed this article. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph frame was a witness to Miss Brett's death. This court must allow to hear this person's testimony.
Ah,
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
well, I'm afraid I can't do that. I can't let you do that, Star Judge.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address, and the provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness. Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first introduced that print, before I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defense has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this guy's time with your ramblings.
indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence present to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no! Sato, this is the time for you to fight. What you establish so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takeuchi in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I don't know. No, if I give up now, I'll never be able to look Ray in the eye again. Sato, you need to steel yourself and summon your best argument. I'll do my best. It isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
Wow, no, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present the name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could?
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
Wow.
Very well then, Counsel, present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? It has the same glass marks, like the thing is broken. It has.
Take that!
It has the same. What is that? The newspaper again. Rackus, England, returnees, all. It is not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's a photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eyes as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. And also a shadow is darker than that. What are you talking about? Now, if you look closely at this photograph, look at this photograph. Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tell us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council.
Nyeh.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. It looks like the glass is broken, but it could be something else. But like to me, it's just that. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera I used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device.
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper. Ah.
That's right. The author of that article is a mystery witness to this crime.
Wah. 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 Many more. What?
I see why you were called a reckless English returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo? It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo! Many memo! Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Yoju News has been hounding me, following my every move. Is it that guy that appears behind you every time that you do one of your silly poses? A reporter by the name of Right and Many Memo. Yes, hounded me from dawn till dusk. Now that he mentions it. The secret spy, snapshot, few stories, and scupper my privacy. Oh, that guy. Would that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Rate and Many Memo. Are you saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, squire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom and whack his balls, as it is tradition. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Me. Menuema!
Is that supposed to be a joke? Ah, boy. "13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants on the Chambers 3. You know, it's slightly early, but I'm gonna, like, slightly early, I mean, like, 5 minutes, give or take. I'm gonna get myself my coffee. Otherwise, I'm gonna take too long for it. I'm gonna get myself some coffee and then, we're continuing. So I'll be, right back. Alrighty, we're back. Back to this. All because of some conspiracy. Like, the thing that gets me now is, like, we're stuck in a conspiracy, and I don't even know what the conspiracy is about, and I don't like that. I don't like being part of a conspiracy that nobody fucking tells me what it's involved in. Like, yeah, people are dying, but, like, what's the point? Why are they dying? Is it, like, we're stealing, like, government secrets, or are we, trying to commit, like a white-collar crime? Like, what's the vibe here? You know? And nobody tells me. I'm involved, but nobody tells me. It sucks ass. I'm so sorry, Sasato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. I have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. Okay, this bitch gay. Good for her, but also this bitch gay. Like, okay, sure. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know? Ow. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from his breast's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sasato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father, that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Aww. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. That's sweet. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. You will be alright. Will it though? I mean, I have to believe it's a tutorial case, but also... Whatever it happened and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though just in case.
Well, well, well. We're gonna get to do experiments.
Now, I do wonder how this is gonna affect us. And by wonder, I mean, do I get the chance to pour all of the chemical on the pen to prove that the pen has poison? Because that would be funny to me. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. This newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from human medical research laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on the substance there." He put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Saseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Saseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This many memo-san. By the way, did a reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh. An unknown criminal had been given permission by the authorities to wait by the seaside. Saseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Gazelle! We've just heard that the new witness is ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once and make me walk your walls. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo? Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. I had a little sneeze again. 13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Sup, bitches? I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Raymond Mani. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Let me guess, it has no fucking poison.
Let me use fucking this. It had no fucking poison in it.
See what I mean? We're gonna find out that the pen is the thing that had the poison, and that's why it's fucking empty of ink, because it was filled with poison. Excellent, I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the region delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And Counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of person anywhere along this blade.
Okay, can I have the power to check with the region on other items, please? What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Well, that's easy. All police suck. They're all bastards, remember? Even in Meiji era Japan. With a region that is extremely simple, they couldn't have made a mistake.
In short, the accused the feeble excuse earlier.
It's still true if the pen has a poison, shut the fuck up.
Has been utterly destroyed.
Ah.
Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness and walk his walls, as is customary. No trace of poison on the knife, but if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The pen. It's the pen. It's definitely the pen.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Jesus Christ. Right, and my name of the social news. I'm what people like to call a journal.
What's a journal, father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch the scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, wasn't it?
Well, what we have here? Well, how we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourself, people. Many memo since a scoop in the offing. Female student up to full play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court.
Curiously handsome? Dude. We get it, you're gay.
The reader will lap this up. I will set it above the full at 72.5 leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then. Let's start with your name.
It's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just worked Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Auchi. That's Taketsuchi Auchi. The so-called Our Horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. And my voice is annoying and destroys the throats of any idiot who decides to actually voice act it. Nah, there is one by that. Wah!
Witness?
Yeah, yes.
What this course demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast.
Fast legs to run with and fast hand to right with. It's no good if you don't know it down now, I always say. That's what I call the many memoism. Many memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. I met that day when you were interviewing myself and Suseki-san. Yes, right, that was me, many memo again. We were supposed to be going back to the Soyo news offices after our meeting.
Oopsie, someone wasn't doing their job correctly.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because the Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. I mean, how do I put this politely? Hashtag many such cases. If you're European or not American and white, they will let you do anything you want in most places. That's just how it is. It's a hazard! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, you're a man. There are complex political issues at play. Are they though? Like, don't get me wrong. I understand, like, a different country being like, well, it's one of our citizens that got killed, and he was killed by one of our citizens. So it makes sense that we would just try them under our laws, even though the crime happened in a different country. Like, that I can understand. Precisely because of the circumstances of the crime. And it's another to be like, hey, you know that criminal that you have in your possession that you're gonna send to us because we're gonna, you know, try them for murder and shit? Let them hang at the beach. With only minor supervision of like one detective, not even like a police custody. Like, let them hang around. Let them just fuck around and find out. It's cool, it's fine, nothing's gonna happen. They're not gonna die, they're not gonna kill anyone again. You know? That kind of shit. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I could hammer her in the press. You have to use the word hammer? Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Ah yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. He did it, didn't he? Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. Wait a minute. Wait, I just noticed something. I just thought of something. Write and memo. A fountain pen bearing the initials RM. Well then, I think we heard a criminal mastermind. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Okay, yeah, we get it. Yeah, and he even has like the band with like, yeah, that's probably from the newspaper. Okay, yeah, it's this guy. It's this guy did it. He did it. He did it for the funnies. He did it for the news. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of guys I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman on the floor, and she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I wiped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled the rough weave of one of the screens and poked a lens through the perfect shot. Read screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. That walls were just screens made of curiously woven beads.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the apparent invasion of privacy involved. Yeah, that's a lot of invasions of privacy if you think about it. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Ah, yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the Risa pass and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose was considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scope the next. That's the many memories in a nutshell.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may have I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. I am so happy. I wish I was dead.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, startling photograph, all the making of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's been 3 days. Well, 2 days technically. You'd think he would publish a story. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ah, more pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. Robots in disguise. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Like one would keep a pen in a pocket protector. Wait. Uh-huh. This is the most blatantly against the rest of everything statement.
Hold it!
I feel like I need to press.
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ah, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole early scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are! It's out here in my memo pad. Oh god, my nose.
I think it's the allergies at this point. I think it's just allergies, but I always get allergies in summer. I hate this.
When I first peered into the hut,
I'm sure that the English woman
I saw these two at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused testimony confirmed that.
he just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now, and I try not to interrupt. And the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing fiercely.
Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. In a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary back as the two pay past each other. Yes. That's... what you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many Memoism says. That's a lie, and you know it. By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journalists have to be observers. You can't get involved. That's the reason the threat. My reason the threat. See, that's the kind of reason why I don't trust most journals. Like, I'm sorry, honey, but like, if your only thing is like just capturing the thing and not doing anything, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I guess it's one thing if you're like a nature, like if you capture nature stuff, because you're not supposed to, you know, fuck around with the natural world. But like, if it's other human beings, it's like how can you be a war correspondent, for example, where technically, like, you're not, there's not much you can do when you're in a war and you're like a civilian technically. But like, how can you and not feel like shit, like, knowing that you can't do nothing? Like, I can't imagine like separating myself so much from something like that. I guess you require a certain kind of mental fortitude to be a journalist and work in any kind of like stress-heavy environment when it comes to that kind of shit. But so you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? My thoughts exactly. Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly precise statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... Ah, he noticed the pen too. Okay. Thank you, Daddy. I will grant the defense's request. Many Member-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memorism, but I'll gladly prove that my words are meaningless. What do you mean nihilism is the foundation of it? Like... No wonder you're fucked up, honey. Well, see, I don't believe that.
Objection!
I don't believe that at all. Oh god, my nose. Oh, it's so itchy. I'm sorry, it's just... allergies. Manimembo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. Yeah, spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Soyun News on my arm. I have so many... The press doesn't lie, Jesus fucking Christ. I have so many things to say about that. I will save myself from getting political more than I already have, but oh boy. Because we would be here like 5 hours, but... In a way, that's more many memorism. Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
Wow, what are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Pratt's death. In fact, the murdered victim was ripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused Ray Memani.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
Now!
Right then, many memo. RM.
That's Harzan. Can you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the code will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Harzan.
Many Memo-san, is it not the case before she died? You met with Jezebel Brett in that beach hut.
Attention!
Why should we listen to this absolute nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Because I am smart and you are stupid and I am right.
Exactly. Sure your news will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initial RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. That's very easy. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is...
Got it!
As well as the initial, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo-san. And, goodness me, it's the emblem of the Sawyer News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Yosho News, whose initials are RM. Yeah, how many of those are there in your workplace? Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
Order, explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics. Literally just use evidence. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? Alright then, fine! I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before the grim tragedy unfolded. I, as show you news reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview.
You never mentioned these before.
Yeah. Okay. God. When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that even little student girl showed her face in the hut.
God, I hate this guy. I'm going to murder this man for sure. For sure. For real.
It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange.
But it came to nothing, and as many memories say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. I have to make you understand that all that you're doing right now is sus as fuck. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright. But on one condition.
Condition.
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the alien witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. Wow.
What? Soseki-san, what the fuck did you do this time?
Many memoism says that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well, I will run the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand and whack his balls for not telling us the entire truth. God, I'm so tired. Soseki-san, hiding something. Impressive considering how nervous he is about everything.
I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses coming running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch her. That's when this right-hand man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memories demands I reveal it now.
Okay. And why didn't you reveal it? You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness.
Ah, well,
And when she said, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question.
that's, true, yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer.
An answer that incriminates the accused.
The accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the wither in English to Rose the question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. So for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Red implicated race somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
I hate this guy.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Reiterman?
Ah!
Outwitted, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sun, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from the little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierce the air. Ray. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw me spread on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I hear a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped off of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But
when you understand, you will answer the question asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will!
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? Yes, he who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. Wait, you only had like one case where you were a criminal.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
And he's right to be against them.
If you don't like the English, that is a perfectly natural response and understand. I've read the report on the Simon in Great Britain. I can't say I'm surprised about his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Reiterman? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Okay, but if she's behind her, that's impossible. Just saying. Like if she's if she's behind the if she was behind her when she stabbed her, like she wouldn't, like she would still be there. Like even in the photo, like I'm not gonna present it, but like she wouldn't have been able to see her if she was still behind her. Makes no sense.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The English woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point the trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Okay, but like, considering the positioning of where the picture was taken, it just could be the memo guy. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear, and very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'm sorry, that's so silly. It's like, yeah, I'm actually unsure about what I saw. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't think that I'm right. And he's like,
Yeah, that totally proves that my point is correct. Fuck you guys. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the card can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing.
Unless...
It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No!
The headline's writing itself.
Dashing lawyers hopes dash. 92 point across the whole page.
She will do an extra edition.
Oh god, my nose. It's just so itchy. I am itching like a motherfucker. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. He gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. He told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Red was killed. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. Could Miss Bread have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can establish what really happened, it's over. Was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I mean, I think I know.
Objection!
I think I know. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. Alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her giant gesture.
Objection!
Alternative theory. Ha! None exist.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
The victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy. Is this just real life? Or is this fantasy? I am caught in a landslide. No escape from reality.
There, that worked. Very well, and you seem so unsure of yourself, counsel. I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? He was here, behind her, in the sun.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I am a Naruhodo now, temporarily. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Order, order, order! Jesus Christ, you people. But to the lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snapped. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the fence can provide evidence strongly suggesting that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing. You're.
I love that he's just like, you're bluffing, you're bluffing. Yeah, I'm bluffing, but like, come on, dude. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Actually, let me check this. Like, the only thing that might work is one of the photographs. Let me check something in the Oh yeah, I can clearly, yeah. No, I didn't notice before, but yeah, you can clearly see it, and that makes it more obvious. There's like an entire line there. Because I had to assume that there was something there, because that was the only, like, I didn't notice it at the beginning, but that makes sense.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim to detect took place from outside the hut? Yeah, it's right here, where the little line is.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
Bro, change your glasses then. Clearly they're bad. Like, if you can't see it, it's because you can't see. Therefore, you need new glasses. Come on. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect, however. By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah. And everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right, and many Memo-san, it could only have been you. No!
Objection!
This is preposterous. This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not.
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. She just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool.
Yeah, you can see it at the back of the. You can see it at the back of the photograph. Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on the stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Ah.
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. Then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of her hut, before the defendant Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san. I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
It's not the silliest thing we've done in court, so I wouldn't worry about it. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Memba Misan, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope!
You're gonna have to wait 120 something years for people to actually invent something that cures alopecia. So, like, calm down, sweetie.
It wasn't all an operation. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I won't!
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and... Oh boy, who the fuck said hold it?
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the red screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. If we had fingerprinting, which technically we should have because fingerprinting was invented in the 1880s, I think 1881, if memory serves me right, then we could definitely just prove it by taking fingerprints of the knife, because we would find two. The defendant and yours. Obviously.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant.
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
I'm sorry, but hinges on what exactly? Like what? Seriously? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the deed you dug up.
What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison. Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown this poison, when it's administered to the victim, is spread. Is that right?
That is correct. The initial constriction of the victim's pupil are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Huh.
Yeah.
Even that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade.
You were the one who were discrediting the poison theory from the very beginning of the argument. I wish I could choke you out of a window.
Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Forgotten already, have you, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted improving. that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison in it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turned out to be a headline making red herring. Is that about right?
Well, order, order, order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made misread drink it. Yeah, but that only makes it less likely that he was right, because, like, you think that this woman getting accused by this bitch, and I said this bitch mostly because that was her own mental process, she's gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna follow her ass, like, I'm not gonna make sure that she's not putting anything in my drink and shit, you know?
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. These will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman with it. I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those white eyes. This is prime press photo disease.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent video, Your Excellency.
You claimed it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journal, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memories.
Brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth. They slip right back into obscurity again. What is this trial going to take us? I don't know, but I want to kill this man. He annoys me.
Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have ordered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
Wait, you admit to stabbing her? So you admit it then? That's a mistake. Admitting that you stabbed her. That everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen.
You can't blame this miserable country of us. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have?
Well, I can tell you, your relationship with everyone else is gonna deteriorate to such a point that you're gonna fall into violent nationalism, and eventually you're gonna join the Axis powers in World War II. After all of the mess with the Russo-Japanese War and World War One, and you're gonna commit a bunch of war crimes that you're gonna deny for the next 80, 90? Well, it was the 40s. And we're in 2020. So yeah, 80 years. And you're mostly gonna become the colony of the United States after they threw 2 nuclear bombs at you. After you retreated, which, like, you surrender, they throw 2 bombs even though you surrendered because they love war crimes. famously, and they wanted an excuse to try them. Famous story that they wanted to throw one of the bombs in Tokyo, and they did it because one guy on the council, when they were decided, was like, but I spent like my holiday in Tokyo with my wife. I wouldn't want that to be destroyed. That's the only reason why they didn't throw one in Tokyo, for the record. Like literally. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, and then the United States is just gonna enter your country. They're gonna like basically force you to do a bunch of things. They're gonna fuck around. They're still fucking around and basically treating you like a colony, and you're gonna keep being a deeply right-wing country for decades, to the point that even now they still, I believe they still do it. They were doing it at the time that COVID was going on. They still have like there's a communist party in Japan, and they're basically surveilled. Like they're surveilled like they're a terrorist group, but they're like literally just a political party. Like it's, very. And now they have basically Margaret Thatcher but Japanese, and she's about as stupid as Margaret Thatcher from what I've seen of the way she does politics. So yeah, I'm not saying you have to, just bend over backwards for every request from another country, but also you could have taken different decisions on the long run. Just saying. Like, I'm not gonna say that Japan deserved any of the war crimes it got, but they also shouldn't have done all the war crimes that they did. Both things are wrong, actually. Nor do I think they should be surveilling like the only real heavy left-wing party of the country. Like there are other left-wing parties, but like not to that level. Like if you can't let a communist party exist, I think that there's like a problem there. Like they're not doing anything. They just exist as a political like they have a political existence and that's it, and you're surveilling them. Okay, sure, whatever. God forbid the hard left has any opinions. I don't know if they stopped surveilling them, but like they were doing that by the time of COVID, because I clearly remember, and I don't know if people have seen this video, but I have, and I remember, and it's funny. The leader of the party made like an announcement, and he hasn't done like anything in years, and the government was like super freaked out about it, so they sent the police to their like headquarters, which like, where there's headquarters? Okay, sure. And it was like right at the beginning of COVID. It was like 2020, 2021. And when they got there, the people at the place were like, yeah, we're not gonna let you enter without masks. Like the police was like the team wasn't wearing masks, and they were like, look, you have to wear masks. Like they were wearing masks. Like let us take your temperature to see that everything is fine. Like literally just checking while the guys are trying to bust a door down, and it's like, no, just put on some mask and we'll check your temperature and then you can come in. Like it's hilarious. What I say is that it's hilarious. Politics are sad most of the time, and when they're not sad and depressing and they make you want to commit crimes, they're hilarious. So like, I'm just saying, I'm not saying nationalism is unnecessary. You have to have some national pride about your country and shit, but there's like a healthy amount, and you're gonna bypass it into the unhealthy amount. Just saying. Just saying, honey. That's what I did. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Anyone's honest reaction to this? As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really often about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it! That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicated Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her beautiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This genre is here off the hook. The argument is sound. Certainly. No, it's not. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. After I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Nah. Think of Kazuma-sama Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Well. He got my goat.
Hold it!
Okay. Mostly I want the details on what they were arguing, yeah. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl who was laying under the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotova no less. Right, but the English woman just read.
Her case was to be heard by the British consul according Chan Guy, however. And there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was hitting me that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. Who held it? Is it Ray again? Oh, hi. I can't stand here and listen to this tribe. Ray.
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Sato, please, you have to make them listen. Turn to the dock at once, Memami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
Yay! But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. If the victim had already taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stop her. On the face of it, that logic was entirely reasonable. Well, there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. I think we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Give me a sec.
Hold it!
Express you then. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspect her of being the one to... I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had a knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Migotov until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Red rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. Once Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I am very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips on her. Said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Yeah, she's gay. Ah, yes. Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the beach hut, listening in whilst the defendant, Miss Brett, and Miss Red were conversing. Yeah. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you had. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from your main medical research laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this, the entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Many Memo-san. As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Many Memoism. Others clearly write about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Well. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came out with a stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency! There's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. What's with the breathing, my dude? The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. I mean, there is. You cover your tracks, because if you wrote about this poison, like, you would know about it. Like, you posted it in an article, you would be the only person who could have did it, except for the person that they blame for it, which is clearly not the person responsible.
Objection!
Like, Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did! There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Bread's drink. Yeah, and again, Bread would have probably, be in the look for it. She killed a person before, she probably would have been prepared to be like, yeah, I could believe that this bitch is trying to poison me. I'll be careful, I won't let her get to my drink.
Objection!
What are you doing with these where are you going with this counsel?
Benimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Bread couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Memami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Bread about the poison. At which point, Benimemo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it wouldn't be readily obtainable. That it couldn't be readily obtained. But damn it, I can't read. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. God, I need to finish my coffee so I have my throat is dry. My throat is dry. I need to I need to give it some coffee so it's wet and comforting again. That's the worst use of that's the worst to use about a throat, but it's funny to me when I say it. I'm not saying it because it's accurate, I'm saying it because it is funny to me. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Memami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of these telltale properties.
Yeah.
In other words, someone like you, write a winning memo.
Yeah.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listen in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learn of these facts. But you're already giving the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Bread before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But I hope to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poisons used, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effect of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope!
Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burdening ground is...
I don't need a counter-argument! What are you talking about? Fallen samurai, that's a good one.
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. You gave it to the victim, you say. Stab her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. And where is I? I base my words on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue. I'll note it. That's what the social news says famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be nice to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
Yeah, he said very difficult, not impossible, you idiot. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen the poison from the professor's laboratory.
There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case...
It's so itchy. It doesn't stop itching these socks.
As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you youngly handsome country bumpkin? I love how everyone is like, yeah, you're so handsome, and it's like, okay, yeah, I get it, you're gay, in a different way, like, come on.
My point is this, there is one way that you, many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've had enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
He could have stolen it in the pen. And that's why she had the pen. Because she got poisoned by the pen that belongs to him.
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah, I swear by a whistle-hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Any pen is a good pen. Fountain pens mainly are annoying because you have to put the ink back inside of them, and you have to clean them correctly, or the ink will dry, and then the pen will get fucked up. Pens are good. Zagaba, Sukon? Sukon? I never know how to pronounce that letter, the way you see. Sugabasa knows some to sink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That was probably mispronounced. I am so sorry. I never learned Portuguese of any kind, and my French is very basic, and that's not used in Spanish. And well, let me think about it, because facade is written with that, and it's an S-like sound. So I guess it's Suson? Depends on how the soup part is pronounced, but if it's like like the kind of like C sound, because it is with facade, then it has to be son. Unless it depends on the letter following it, in which case I feel stupid. But I can only reason it like that because, well, I feel stupid because I am stupid, as we all have established before. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Memo-san, when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened.
You don't know that. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent theft like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be a number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of this conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
Nothing. So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps?
I can always claw my way back into the game.
I have plenty in reserve. Do you have to throw them? You claim I sucked the poison into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. You stabbed a person. Like, you stabbed a person. I want to point out that you stab a person. That's not the kind of thing that well-meaning citizens would do. Yeah, you already are in bad standing. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of these items that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. We just have to check it with the chemical reagent. That's why we got it.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out a test of the fountain pen at once.
Yeah.
This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. Okay, he's doing nothing. Sato, with me. I'm here. Oh, double takedown. Damn. Care, friends. Did I do it right? That was a Sato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Funny. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Well, my dude. Let's see what he said exactly. Let's see, the Empire drove me to the East, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but bowing its head to every foreign power's whim. I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen, I fought tirelessly on the battlefield of news, all in the name of justice and righteousness. Yes, many memoism is the paragon of justice. Yeah, okay. You know, honey, that's the kind of nationalism that causes people to, shoot prime ministers with doohickeys. Well, that's not necessarily what's true. It had more to do with that one cult that Shinzo Abe belonged to, and admittedly the guy who shot him appeared to be far more right-wing than he was, and the entire thing was more of a, I don't think you're being, you know, conservative enough. But it also had to do a lot of with this cult that he happened to belong to. So, you know, politics are complicated, I said it before. When I was there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. He has a point. That is kind of juicy.
Then why did the English woman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Was this a Far Eastern caveman purported to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country with its pretensions to a justice system, your free press, is really very depressing. You see our superiors' ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Oh my god, woman! It would be less insulting if you just call him a slur. It would be less insulting if she was just saying slurs at this point. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. The irony of the current state of England and the UK in general makes it kind of hilarious, also, for the record. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting a fire up. Yeah, that causes people to murder all the time, I say. Lying. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
You came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press,
what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door.
I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jessel Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. No, that's Justice for All. That's the second game in the series. I suppose. You suppose? You know it's back when Edgar Benedict had like a better breakdown. As far as like, oh no, I have stared at the abyss for too long, and now the abyss is staring back, or I have done the fighting of monsters too much, and now I have become the monster myself. You know, that kind of thing. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo Renosuke, you mean? The way he handled that trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. In the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of a justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? Bro? Is he seppukuing himself? Is like, are we getting actual seppuku on screen? I swear to God, if we get seppuku on screen, I'm gonna lose my mind. Prosecutor Ouchi. I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a Kolo youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. He's gonna kill himself! Yay! Well, that is the true part of Archism. What is your people and your isms? Ouchiism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the winters. Yeah, okay. Spring of my top nut. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Excellent, haiku. Come on, kill yourself. Oh. Oh, he's just gonna... Really, that's all? You could have killed yourself. Sucks. She's just praying. You know, you don't have to be like... One of you. Turtle. I love Turtle. You know, you don't have to like... get any, like... Don't give respect to this guy. He could have killed himself like the old-fashioned way. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Yay! Ah, my Sakura pearls. So delightful. Well, wait, where are they falling from? Court is adjourned. Again. For real this time. No, not for our recess. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's antechamber. The third one. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the Grand Defense Lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. You're asking me... to ask you on a date. I assume by the context here. That's what you want. I mean, I'm not against it. Just saying. Have something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not, of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Gay! You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotobe now. So... I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame! You know, Ray, if you wanted, you could just ask Susato to cross-dress for you, you know? I think that would be kind of cool. I think that would be kind of choice. Oh, it's you too. What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Susato Mikotoba? Don't. So dashing, so divine! No! Doubly dashing, yes, and divine, devilishly divine, just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were local student Naruhodo-san Esquires cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Title drop. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's truly an impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm Chief Inspector at the Police Bureau, who came out with Mr. Turtle, no less.
His name is Mr. Turtle!
I love Mr. Turtle. I love that Mr. Turtle has a name.
I am not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just really? And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Unless Ray continues to ask me to cosplay for her, to cross-dress for her. I guess. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. Don't worry about Inspector Hosanara sometimes, really. I do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey, getting his ass kicked off. Though that didn't help you, did it, Asuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill her? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Unless it's part of this conspiracy thing that I've been talking about since the first game, and then in the process of unveiling the conspiracy, we will find out what the fuck is going on. Including why he was killed. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How likely you utter his name. I found out, apparently one of the real life Suseki Natsume, actual real writer, books, I don't remember which one, but in one of them, he goes like on tangents, at least 2 or 3 times, about how useless and shitty detectives are. Like, this is true. I have to go check which book it was, because I don't remember. But he actually goes into like a couple of diatribes about how fucking useless detectives are, and like there's a clear hatred there. So I guess the best translation they could do in this game is like, yeah, we're just gonna get him to hate Sholmes. Fuck Sholmes. All of my homies hate Sholmes. And honestly, agreed. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend, a boyfriend even. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. Do you have anything to say about that, Dad? I've seen the fan arts. I don't understand entirely, but I've seen the fan arts, so I have to assume that you're not telling me something that about you and Mr. Sholmes maybe being more than friends, if you know what I mean. And if that's really true, then the poor girl will never see her beloved father again. Yeah, that kinda sucks, actually. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Because you did it at the end of the last game. Because supposedly you were dying. And yes, it's been 2 months. But you don't look like you're dying anymore. And that seems kinda sussy. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after the long sea voyage, I thought you'd find health, father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your masculine glares for your father, Susato? Yes, actually. What? Wait, let me check. Dear, I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Okay, he should. Let me go. Many Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Just read, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must be Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the STEM ship, and that he'll never... Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. The judge can also do a takedown. That's impressive. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Oh no, the judge has a name! That means he's evil. Like, just outright, the judge has a name. None of the judges ever have a name unless there's something going on, and I can only assume that he's evil because he has a name. Anyway, I said that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato? Do you know all along, from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk if Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go further,
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Okay, just one question. If you don't find an issue with me being in court as a lawyer, can you make it legal for women to be lawyers? Can you talk to someone to make that work? It's kind of antiquated, that sucks. And then I'll talk to you. Like, Dad? Dad? Keeping me away from knowing about your boyfriend Sholmes? I've seen the fan art. Thank you very much.
What do you think of my Sacer's League, huh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Whatever could father be hiding from me? That his boyfriend is herlock sholmes, apparently. If I believe the fan art. About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around. A judicial assistant Mikotoba-san Squares. Could I have a wit? Oh, yes, of course, Oseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh. I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Sasaki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was, terrible. Curse, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiling. Thank goodness Locum student Naruhodo-san Square stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikutoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father. He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in. I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what the dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Well, god damn it, Dad. The tree.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, It feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Aw, that's sweet.
Yours, Susato.
Well, girlie, you're coming back to England, so don't worry about it. Like, I know she's involved by the end of the game, so clearly we're going back to England and she's coming with us. Eventually. But we're at time, so that's gonna be everything for today. The memoirs. Oh, Clouded Kokoro Part 2. Clouded Kokoro Part 2. Okay. But that's for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're starting the second case. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I can see the reduction in the budget. It's still good, like the writing is good. That was a good case. And now I know that the judge is evil because no non-evil judge would have a name that can identify him. It would just be the judge. Judges have no names. They are known as the judge and alternatively Canadian judge for the other judge that is blonde and says Canadian things in the main Ace Attorney series. And I guess Kurain judge, who is kind of like the judge, but way more fancy. So yeah, the judge is evil. I assume he's involved in the conspiracy, so we'll see where that goes. But we'll get there eventually. Anyway, again, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your weekend, and a good end to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for the start of the second episode of the second part of the Greatest Attorney Chronicles, which is Greatest Attorney to Resolve. Is the second part in the second case. It's the second everything, if you will. I was thinking about a joke to say, but I'm not good at jokes, and I don't know what kind of commentary I can make with the number 2 beyond that. And honestly, I'm just kind of hungry, so I'm gonna go get my lunch. Just gonna go do that. Bye, everyone.